All right, hello everybody, and welcome to today's episode of Deep End Dev, Friday's episode of Deep End Dev. I'm Matthew, and I don't know, neither do you, so let's do it together. We left off yesterday having broken a bunch of stuff, but in a good way. So we are trying to get walls that are spline based so that we can click and drag, kind of like The Sims, where you're building houses and pulling the walls around so to occur. And it wasn't happening yesterday. It sort of, we got to a point. Let's take a look at it. I've wrong. Here we go. There. I've changed things up a little bit. I grabbed the Unreal Engine from source off their Git repo, and we'll be launching the editor from our IDE from now on. It just takes a little bit longer, I guess. Maybe since it's the first time. There we go. The good news is I realized how to fix our issue. I found a really great YouTube video, which I'll pull up here in a second. Let me find it, actually, while that's launching, so I can give this guy some credit. Hoarder of Hobbies has a procedural static mesh generation, 3 videos in particular, that basically do very much what we're going to, what we're needing. So to redo, we're almost there too. We're going to rework what we had yesterday, where we drag this out and we just have this mess of, it's, you know, this spline that's occurring, that's being built out. We made these are instanced meshes. So there's all of our splines, and it's all messy. So we're going to fix that, and I think I know how to do that. So if we go to the code, and if I pull up the video, so I can get his, let's check out the blueprints here of what we need to happen. So this was the right path, an instant static mesh to our BG spline structure actor, and this is correct. We needed to have this component, I think. So he's storing, like we did, a static mesh and a here. He made a structure, so basically the same thing as this is the repeating item that we're going to be printing out. He doesn't have the uProperty instance static mesh. Instead, on the script, he does a new object or adds an instanced static mesh component. I see why. Because this spline theoretically have several static mesh references. So let's say you're making a wall, and the wall that you're wanting to spawn, if you're making a variety of them, they have sconces or something, or candles. You could then have multiple static mesh each item. So that's why he made a struct. So you can have multiple items that you're repeating. So wall, sconce, and other details. And then they would get repeated along the spline. So what we can do, the editor, we're going to get rid of our instance static mesh here. We're going to go back to add mesh to spline. We're going to modify this add mesh because we're not adding them to the spline point anymore. So, hey Davos, cool. How you doing, man? Instance static. So we're going to take, let me just comment that for the moment. And hard to see on here actually. So does a for loop. No, we are going to improve it actually because I found a it was broken yesterday, but I found 3 YouTube videos that explain splines much better. So the wall drag is actually going to work today. This guy, Hoarder of Hobbies, has made, we're going to be following these tutorials here because they do pretty much what I need. I just need to grab first we need to modify this. We've got our spline component, that's our root, and then we want to I think add mesh to spline point. We're going to modify that function so it doesn't need a spline point anymore. We're going to say it's just add meshes, I think. It's not an overload. Add mesh to spline. Add mesh to spline. There we go. We'll take that out. Take that out. All right. So in here, we're going to just stick with static mesh reference for now. What we need to do is u instance static mesh component pointer. We'll call this the fresh mesh, new mesh, new instanced mesh. It's equal to of this u instanced static mesh component text instanced static mesh. Oh, that's not text, that's the outer. This is us. There you go. All right. So we create that. We then do our thing where we do the instance step and we set the mesh to our static mesh reference. He creates a dynamic material instance. So I think again for performative reasons, we want to go with a dynamic material instance instead of setting material immediately. So our material, we have a material stored. Dynamic material. How do we do that? Is it u dynamic instance? I've never done it in code. UE4 dynamic material instance C++. Aha, it is all the same words, but in a different order. uMaterial instance dynamic. And we want to add that over that header right there, I believe, called new material instance, or we'll just call it new dynamic material, is equal to how do we make one? Aha. uMaterial dynamic, call a static function called create, our material reference, and this, I believe, the in outer. Yep, okay. We say, well, we don't need to add any, we don't need to set any parameters right now. Now we do the new instance mesh set material. New instance, nope. New dynamic material. Right? Oh, at 0. Element 0 is the new dynamic material. Okay. So we mesh, and we've set its mesh, and we created a dynamic material, and we set the material. We now for loop okay, so we do we need to get the number of spline points in the so our spline component get spline points, get number of spline points, yeah, get number of spline points, and I believe that is going to minus 1 is the for loops end. So for int I, and we'll set it at 0, and I is center equal to, because these for loops in Unreal are inclusive, and we go plus plus I. We're going into that. We then need to get the spline component, get location at spline point. The point index is I. What else do the coordinate space? I think we're staying local. Oh, spline coordinate space local. So there's location. Then we need to do it to auto location 1. Just for now, let's just store it until I know what I'm doing with it. Location 2 is the same thing. Get location at spline point I plus 1. So it's the next one. So we have those two vectors of our two splines, points. We are now going to get the distance between those two vectors. So auto distance is equal to the location 1 let's see, I need a, I think this is an F math vector distance. Wonder if it's one. There we go. So it's probably a static. There we go. Distance. I don't know. Okay, so distance is literally calling dist. You'll find that a lot in Unreal Engine. It's kind of funny. All right, put in our location 1 and our location 2. I'm doing this all long out. We'll collapse it maybe. Okay. Something called division, whole, and remainder, which just does the whole integer division and then modulo thing. So let's see if we can find that. So math. Wonder if they even have that in C++. I mean, built it. UE4 C++ division and remainder. It's in the Kismet math library. We might have to do this our own way. So all right, we'll just do it ourselves. I wanted that to be in the just an easy algorithm, but apparently not. All right, so take our distance, and we need a remainder. So the float remainder is equal to the distance, and this is yeah, the float. So this is distance. Let's see, there is an fmath float modulo mod f. There we are. Actually, is that what we want? Math. Okay. I don't do this often, so okay, yeah, it'll return. This will return the fraction. Okay, that's what I wanted to make sure. Okay, moving along. So we want to mod f. This will give us our float remainder, which is of distance. And the divisor is going to be the spacing, which we know our tiles, it's 105F. But I kind of want that to be, we'll hard code this for now. What does it want? What's wrong here? It has to be a float pointer. Pointer to a float. Okay, so auto float pointer. What am I doing? Float. The repeat width is equal, but that's not how you do a pointer. Hello. Delta X found YouTube videos that does exactly what we're wanting with these spline walls. So I watched them and studied up last night. So I think we can tackle this problem for the most part. But it wants a float pointer. Reference? And repeat width. Rep. I don't know why it needs a pointer, but okay. That seems silly to me of why this... I don't know. Maybe it has to do with the way that it handles that. Anyway, okay, so we've got our remainder here. We need our int, or the integral, and that is going to be of, so we cast static cast or truncate. We need to fmath truncate to int the distance divided by our repeat width, or not that, but that. Okay, so so now we have our remainder and our integral. So this will tell us we don't actually even need the remainder, do we? I'm going to just put that out for right now. Don't need the remainder. So now we do another for loop inside this loop body, which goes from 0 to our integral. So the times we need to repeat and create these instant static meshes for our wall. So we'll do an int j for our inner loop, and while j is less than or equal to our integral, and we go ++j. We then will, this is where we do our we instance. So comment that. We're going to do the add instance. So the instanced new instance mesh and we need to build our transform before we do that, just like we did down here. So let's just grab, so F transform, our new transform. And the positioning is going to be, so we're moving on the x-axis for now. We'll expand it onto the y-axis to turn corners after we get this working. So we take our new transform, dot x, or set location to an f vector, and our x is going to be equal to our integral times our repeat width. So dereferenced repeat width because we made it a point mod f wanted. That's going to be confusing, isn't it? We'll fix that later since we don't actually need the remainder. So, and then, so once we multiply those and we add, we need to add, I think, our spline. Where's he dragging that from? Where is it coming from? So he's his copy thing. Oh, the static mesh itself. What does a static mesh hold? Or it has scale, it holds the location and stuff. Let's now. So that's the X. The Y is, we'll say 0, 0. Oops, what's going on here? Ah. Okay, so that's the location. We also need to set scale to our 0.5 f 0 f. We're gonna fix that. That needs to be a rotator or an f vector as well. We need to fix how that shouldn't happen. We don't want to be actually doing that because our models coming in should be properly scaled by default. And then we add an instance of our, so we grab our new instance, add instance, and it wants the transform. Here's the new transform. Okay, this can be const. That can be const. So we're calling this in the constructor. So let's compile that. because I've switched to, yeah, I think I need to put a, let's see, one sec. Writer for Unreal, compile, prevent engine rebuild. There's a command line thing I need to do. I think it's like -rocket or something. The engines. Come on, CPU. There we go. UE source code, prevent rebuild. Well, I think it's gonna do that. We just have to wait. This is all for Visual Studio. So UE4 source code writer prevent rebuild. It shouldn't have to do this every time. Maybe I hit rebuild instead of build. I'll double check my hotkeys. No, I hit build 9 and it's deciding to do all of this for some reason. Well, unfortunately, we have to let this. It's going to be a little dead air for a bit. I'm going to keep investigating why. Why it's doing a full rebuild when I said build. Well, maybe it's because I don't know. We'll see. I didn't modify a header file, so I don't quite know why it is doing this. Man, it really is just rebuilding the entire engine for some reason. I did this yesterday, so I don't know why on build it's deciding to do this. If anybody knows how to prevent in Rider, how to prevent a full rebuild of the engine when you hit build for, I changed one function and it's doing a full build. Properties. So yeah, development editor 164. That's correct. I don't really know other stuff. For solution beats big. Well, that's frustrating. If this is how the source code Unreal Engine is going to be, from what I can tell, build should not have done a full rebuild. So hopefully this is a one-time thing. I don't know why it cleaned all of that out. Maybe it won't do this again next time. So, oh, oh man. Do something else for a bit. Why is there an error there? is the issue rate. I mean, maybe this needed to be unchecked, but it needed to be built, so I've already built it. Let's see. Writer for Unreal Solution Properties. Okay, well, unfortunately, because of this, I think I'll just turn my mic off and let this run for a bit. And hopefully we can get going on this when this is done building. Was not expecting this to occur today, so I don't know. This will take, I think they usually estimate a build is anywhere between 10 to 40 minutes. So we'll just let it run. And when I see that the build is finished, I'll be back. So Oh no! What happened? Headless chaos failed. That's not even mine, you silly thing. Alright, I'm gonna try just launching the debug. That's not even my fault. That's not even my fault. I built this. Yeah, build succeeded. I don't know what... I'm not going to hit this build solution anymore because apparently it goes in and built the engine. It shouldn't have done that. So from now on, we're not hitting that. Oh. What's going on here? What's going on here, huh? Okay. Object initializer. So we have perhaps an issue here. Let me just try that. If this is going to be how running the raw source code is going to go, I'm going to switch. Nope, it is us. Okay. So, or no. Okay, that's good. That's good. Step. We're good. Step out. Where's my step over? Is it that one? Yeah. Okay. So that's working. We just know that my has issues. Add mesh to spline. All right, let's investigate why my new object outer is having issues. UE4 new object static mesh. Get to, I think we have to register it. So new register component. Okay, and then, so we've registered it, set the static, set the material, and then I think also this add instance component, new instance mesh. I think maybe that's what we forgot, so let's try that. See if it's happy. So far, okay, we got a build succeeded. We hit my stop again. Let me remove that. I'll put it here. Continue as F9. Okay. Looks good. Step out. Oh. Okay. New object with empty name can't be used to create default sub. So Okay. So the way that we're doing new object is wrong here. Maybe it needs a name here. I haven't tried that. Okay. Here. Step out. And an exception again. Oh. Never mind. Maybe, yeah. It's still the same message. Okay, so let's not that way. Let's put the instance static mesh back up here. So we're give it back u property. Just copy this class u instanced static mesh. Instance static mesh component. All right, we will give birth to it here again, and set up the attachment. Give it a static mesh. So we got rid of that. We got rid of that. We're going to do this up here. And we're going to this, except this is instance static mesh component. Whoop, is getting that dynamic material. And we'll get rid of that, and we'll do that. Okay. So we've moved our stuff up here. Let's make sure that's some room. Let's try this again. 5 viewers. Man, my viewership is going up. Hello, everybody who has joined. We had a bit of a slowdown. I've switched to using the source code build of Unreal Engine rather than the binary, and this is the first day doing that. I got a brand new Gen 4 NVMe drives. I'm upon moving over to this pretty awesome. Oop, what did I do here? Aha. So moving over to the new NVMe, I decided to try out the source code build, so rather than the binary from the launcher. So just some new stuff. This is actually our instanced static mesh component. Add an instance at the new transform. Okay, try that again. Succeeded. Can we get constructor? We're gonna hit my brake. We're gonna keep going, good. Oh, okay. I think, it's this, okay. So I'm not making a a material. This can be actually, this should be a property as well, shouldn't it? So we've got our static mesh component. It's our material reference. You know what? Forget that. The hell with it for now. Good, good, good. We're live, we're live, we're live, we're live. Looks like we're happy. We got through it. Oh. Okay. So let's fix that because we're anyway, so we don't need this to be, that doesn't need to be a pointer. We're just truncating and grabbing our integral. Get rid of, okay. So let's get rid of that one now and start again. Furnace is clicking on, so be prepared for my voice to start sounding fuzzy as the noise. Okay. Cool. We've got two. It looks like that worked, so we're good here. Good. I think everything's good. So let's get rid of that and continue. It's happy. We're finally loading. Here we go. Yes, we got an editor. All right. So if we open, oh, okay, let's open up our spline wall. We got rid of this, so we're going to stop this loop that we were working on. And if we draw spline wall now, it's not working. Okay. Let's keep diving in. Figure out what's going on here. So I think our our viewport's got this. Yep. Okay. So I think maybe let's try that. Okay. Editorception, indeed. We've made progress. It's not working yet, however. Let's take a look here. Maybe our construction. Look at his blueprint. Let's see if this is getting called. Oh. Okay. It's getting called when it's being compiled. So let's resume. Interesting. Get rid of that breakpoint. I'm just gonna move this out. Compile again. I think... Okay, I'm betting they're just putting them all here at 0, because if we look at our... So we're adding our transform here, set location. We need to be in something here, I think. Just do that again. Compile and go through. So we've got location 1 is 0, and that's 100. Zero. Basically 0. What are we at? J. We don't even have it. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna say you. How many we've got? See, these don't do anything. I don't know why. So we can put that back right there. So we do know that it worked once because it built it right here. So it's just not adding the next one. So let's go back to the code and stop. I think maybe this is wrong. Truncate to int, maybe. This might be just getting a 0. It'd be 0. Let me take a look. I'm gonna back up in these videos real fast. Lazy is playing. How you doing? Is that what is that a nickname? I'm Jesus now. Okay, I'm gonna test something here. Let's do an int const copies is equal to 3. And we're gonna put copy. And we won't use the integral at the moment. We're just gonna make 3. So hopefully this should make 3 now. At 100. So if we go in here, and actually if we just check out our spline wall in here, I feel like maybe it's not adding the... Oh! Okay. So yeah, we've only got, it looks like, it's only making one instance at 0, 0, 0. However, our scale's coming in, so we know that this is firing off, right? 0.5, 0.5, 0.5. So... what's going on here? Why aren't we getting... J starts at 0. Oh wait, hold on. This is J times the repeat width. Let's try that again. Stop. Build. Debug. Still only getting... Interesting. As far as I can tell, look at what he's doing with the transform here. Okay. Let's isn't, let's see, if we compile, it's going to go into here. Oh, interesting. So maybe I'm doing something wrong right there. Hold on. That's strange. Why is that? Why is it giving me such a crazy? I mean, it should just be an empty transform, right? Is it losing the repeat width? No, it's not. Okay. Well, it looks like it's working now. So if I continue, and I go check my spline wall, I still only have one instance. That's in. Why do I only have one instance? What did we? This was working down here. Hmm. Do we need to add instance components array? Okay. So maybe this is in the wrong place. Instance static mesh not appearing. Here we go. Try something different here. Is this. This is going to be... Go. I swear I feel like I'm doing all of this, but some of these things seem to, I don't know, go in different places. So this add instance component comp. Okay. So I guess I'll do that for now, and that. You need to create and register your component after spawning the actor you're trying to attach it to. Okay. So I've done that there. This is going to be the ISM comp. Okay, build succeeded. Let's see if it can launch properly without dying. Exception again. New object with empty name. For a new object with empty name. There's an on construction. Interesting. I would have thought in the constructor, but apparently those are not the same things. Or wait, hold on. We're gonna do this still here, but here. This is our instance static mesh. Aha! That was the issue. Okay, so there we go. Boom. There's some progress for you. Apparently, this construction script on construction is what I guess the equivalent of this. So the constructor for us C++ people is not on construction. So if we so let's stop. Now that okay, so let's flip this back to this and make this our integral. And I think we want to go back to this video. Okay, so now this should run on construction. So our spline, there we go. It just isn't, it doesn't destroy them. So we need to get the cleaning up. So we're getting closer. So we shrink that. Okay, so we got to figure out the reduction. So I feel like it's right here. Why isn't it shrinking? There we go. So what happens if maybe it's just the access violation. Interesting. So I'm going to try and do in here again. rather than in here, because that's the wrong, okay. Do that. I'm going to do that. And we're going to do this new object again. So here's our, I'm going to refactor that to new instance mesh. This is going to be our new instance mesh. Oh wait, this needs to come out here. All right, so we check, make sure we got our static mesh. If so, we create a new instance mesh. We are in, this is done on construction, not the constructor. We come in, we attach, I think we're not, I don't think we need to do that. We register it, we set the static mesh and the material. This transactional is for, I think, undo and redo, so this, I think that helps. This instanced component to our object. Then we come through and we do all that. So that should, it should do this every time it changes. I think it'll clean up that now. Want that one. Damn, it is not behaving same as in this video. Oh wow. It says we've got 5 instances. We've got a duplicate at 0. That's interesting. Okay, so that's, so something's wrong. Stop. Okay, so I'm gonna try and build this. Let's just comment this out for the moment and open editor again. Let's do this in blueprints and see why, if it works there. Maybe I'm missing something in the C++, but All right, our basic. We go to our construction script, and here we're going to do the create instanced add instance static mesh component. We will then set the static mesh to our static mesh reference. And we will set material to our polished marble instance. And then we will go into a for loop. For loop. We will get our spline. We will get number of spline points -1. We will, that's the last. Location at spline point is going to be index, and then index +1. Distance, division, and remainder. This is our 105. We then do another for loop. This is our last index. Get that and add instance. We will or split that. And this we will split. We get the index, multiply it by a float, which is repeat width, which is 105 again. And then we add, we need to make a transform. Then we this plus just do that 0, 0, 0 and 0.5, 0.5, 0.5. Okay. See, look at that. It's working here. I think it's just the app for some reason is it doesn't work too well for I don't know. I really want to figure out how to get that working in the C++, because I would like this to be there. But so that's working for for our spline points. So if we open up a level, drop it in, if we modify our spline points, we'll now be able to draw that. But obviously, we now need to fix our... we'll go to the next one and copy what that's in. Math. Here. We want to get location at distance along spine, and we need to get rotation at distance along spline. We break both of these. Whoops. And each of these which is an int. Set that to 0 here. And then we increment it here. And our distance here is our loop. Okay, so then we do our loop count times our float of and if we, there we go. Okay, so they're starting to work with our wall, our drag. We just need to, right? We've got a default, it looks like there's a default texture that's being made at the end. So I don't like that. What are we missing? Or was I doing it backwards? So this, where's our, that's our origin, and that's our 1. So let's fix that. It's spawning 1 on our last one. Minus one here, I believe, is what we want. There we go. And I want that to be fixed. Okay. Oh, it's because it's at 105. If this was set at 100. Okay, hold on. So this may be at 100, but that at 105. There we go. That's better. That's cleaner. Okay. So that's working now. We just need to, what I'm gonna do actually is rename this as BP spline structure. It's gonna be our parent, where we have our this in here. We don't need this populate spline points function. We'll get rid of that. Our construct script, this is how we do that. Viewport, save. This is off the spline structure. Okie dokie. We'll go ahead and reset those. So this is just a blank default map, and we want to get static mesh ref is valid before doing any of this. Get material reference valid. Okay. All right. Now we'll make a child off that. We'll call it BP spline wall. Right, it's marked for deletion. Fix up directories, save all, save. Control so that this will get fixed. Got on spline wall instance mesh working on construction. Print us now. Push it. Okay, so now we should be able to make a child, so BP spline wall. There we go. And then do our wall mesh and our polished marble. So we've got the default. Let's go back to our color. Get rid of that because we're not doing that anymore. Okay. When we drag a structure, we are going to, we don't need to snap to grid because it's already going to do that. Or actually this right here, well, we could snap to grid. What we want to do is set location at spline. We're grabbing the other one, and our location is going to be, so we don't need that, and we don't need that. This can come down here. We're shooting array out, we're intersecting on the plane outwards structure. We're snapping that to the grid to get increments, I think. So and we want to set the location. This is world, we're at the world, and we update spline. So if we play and drag this guy out, nothing happens. However, we that, oh, probably because we need to our data structure bank. This is our spline wall. Save. Let's try that again. There we go. Okay, so that's not, it is working. Stop. Working. So, what's going on? Is the construction script is only run once, right? So let's think about this. This when it spawns. So we need to potentially, this needs to be a function that's called on construction but can be called externally as well. Spawn add instanced mesh to spline. This needs to be a local variable. We should be good, I think, in here. Right. If we compile, this should still work. We've got our function there, so we may need to, this is where old stuff may be required. So we set location, and then we need to call we need to cast to a spline structure and then call add mesh to spline and see what happens. Okay, we're on our way. So how to remove add mesh to spline. That the right function. That's the C++ one. We are add instanced. That's the... So that's cool. Actually, our instanced one was working. Or our C++. We were accidentally calling that, so we know that is working now. However, that is more what we want to see happening. Perfect. So we just need to now clean it. Calling that. So this should have, every time we're adding it, we need to actually get instanced. Let's see. Actually, this leave an instanced static mesh component. Instanced static mesh component. This right here still needs to be in the constructor. Because that's only going to get done once. We then call this with the instance static mesh. So in here we now do a get, or can we clear there we go. Clear instances that we already have. Then we proceed to do this. And we pass in that over to that. Whoops, that's not the one I wanted. I want that one. All right, so now, right, we need to a reference. So why do we have to do it this way? Why can't we have our instanced static mesh already? And not do that. Just do this. And then here, get rid of that and just do that. That and do that. Why not? Looks like it still works to me. And then here we can call add mesh to spline. Look. Oh my God, we're getting somewhere, guys. Look at that. Ugh. Beautiful. This is starting to come together. Wonderful. Our snap is just in. Let's clean up the snap. So this right here is where we're incorrect. So we need to we're deprojecting out to the world, to the plane. and the X, let's try just going 50 off. Let's see how that works. Where's that spline snapping? Okay, so it's now there, so we just need to also do it, I think, in the Y. Maybe it's subtract 50, I'm not sure, but we just need an offset to get into the center. There we go. Look at that. That's exciting. What's funny is it doesn't have physics, so it'll hover. But, that's cool. Okay. That is cool. I think now... What if we subtract 50 instead? Will that feel better? That seems to drag a little bit better in my... So we have to get a little bit ahead. So I'm thinking in here we need to not subtract 1. Let's try that. Whoop. Okay. It is better, but okay. So that gets us where we're spawning one immediately at the end. I'm curious if we don't subtract 1 here, what will happen? Okay, I see. So that's a little funky. What if we subtract 2? I think that's what we wanted. That's looking better. The 0 one, that's pretty sweet, I think. Look at that. So the issue is once we set it, we can't move it. However, look at that. Pretty cool. I just have to like corners or something. I don't know if we can detect corners, but look at that. Once we have some doors in here. Oh yeah, and then we need to apply a lock so that doesn't happen. Cool. All right. That's coming together. I'm going to take a quick bio break and refill on coffee or get a drink or something, but we did it. We can drag and snap to grid. I'm going to push that to a source control. Spline wall now drags properly and snaps to grid. Currently done. Prints not. I just got to learn how to do the C++ instanced mesh properly. Okay. I'll be right back, and we will continue forward polishing that. I think we can spend the rest of the day improving our click and drag, and maybe expanding it into other stuff. But it needs some context menus so that we can lock it and delete it, and do a little bit more with it. But I'll be right back. Okay. I am and ready to continue improving our wall spline tool. By the way, today's episode is willing to be brought to you by Marvel. If they would like to donate some of their sweet. So, what can we do to make this better? I think, let's see, we're not using structure grab. If we go to the code, let's see. Our player can give a we didn't give it. We built it though in our types. So we need to give our player controller enum so that we know in what mode it's in. So we'll do that above here. A U property. Of edit anywhere, blueprint, read write. Category is our BG game player controller. And it is of our BG control mode. Call it control mode, and by default, it's on move. Stop. Who are my viewers? Who do I got out there? Delta X loves the move. We're back. Okay, so if we controller, we want to separate out. This is drag structure spline. That can go there. So this would be classified under move, and this would be under move. This would be under build. So we need to we'll be able to, I think. So here's our select. And point. Divert. Probably here. Or no, actually, grabbing. Because we're not going to grab if we're not moving, right? And we're not going to drop if we're not grabbing. So our select is going to get the hit result, check its validity, do our little debug print, and here I think is where we will switch on BG control mode. If we are on move, Yesterday we got, I'm up to 35 followers. They in this morning, but, you know, I'm coding on Unreal Engine. I don't see this being a gigantic boom of viewership. It'll be a cozy little community of people who enjoy this kind of thing. So move will go here. And build mode, so grab structure. Maybe we need to rename to start the grab. Start build. And we'll also take in an object. Probably this one will go with just as our structure. Is line structure object. So if we're building, we'll start build. We'll make that an actor. I do play WoW. I get so tonight actually I'll be streaming my guild's raid. We've been doing Castle Nathria. There's a couple of videos on my profile. I switch and I'll stream the occasional raid. And why Unreal Engine is because I like C++ rather than C#. So I went this route rather than Unity. Also with Unreal Engine, until you make your first $1 million, everything is totally free. No royalties having to pay to Epic, which is kind of cool. So when we start the build mode, grab, we'll move over here. So grab structure is different. We're not off of grab structure, so move that over here. Build mode. We're gonna need it here too, actually. Switch on control mode. Maybe we just need to do it here, actually. Yeah. So this is for move. We don't have a structure call yet. And again, for build, just for now. So we probably don't need to. Well, yeah, we could split here. It's just so that we have potentially different stuff for start grab and start build, but for now, this is the object. Yeah, we'll keep it separated. Keep them separate. Put that there, that there. Because we may eventually do some different preliminary things to whatever it is that we're clicking on. So while this duplicate for now, It might change later. My mic a second. Delta X, is that happening? No, it's okay. Audio, I care about these things. I'm an audio engineer as well. Happening for you too? I may have found it. Hold on. Use Izotope Nectar 3, and I switched to a new motherboard, as well as Nectar 3 might be functioning in demo mode because I need to reauthorize it. So maybe it's... Okay. One sec, just authorizing my Izotope products. Okay. Nectar 3 is now operating in authorized mode, so hopefully hopefully that wasn't too bad for a while. Okay, so we go to, here's our structure. So that starts the build. We go out to grab structure. And we need to make in our user interface in our HUD here, or a drop down. So let's see. Not a menu anchor. I've done this before. What is it? A list? Combo box? I think that's it. Yeah, we want a combo box, which combo box will move way down. Our options are our three. What was the order? Build, edit, move. Move. And we are on move mode by default. We'll go with a... There we go. There's a little drop-down menu. And this is our control mode combo box. On selection changed. Get owning player. Cast to a controller. We're going to set our BG control mode. There it is. This is for on selection changed control mode combo box. And the selection type, or there, we're going to select Will this give me just the number? Can I just get an int? Will that work? Can somebody else confirm that what Blueberries is saying with the cutting out of my... Oh, I think I just saw it right there. Interesting. Okay, one second. My Nectar 3 is still operating as if it is unauthorized, so I'm going to mute my microphone real fast and fix that. Okay. It is now running in non-demo mode, so hopefully that works. I'm worried maybe it's the noise suppression that is kicking in a little too hard or something. I'm gonna keep watching the thing here. Is it cutting out? La da 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 da. When the still sea conspires in armor, and her sullen and aborted currents breed tiny monsters. True sailing is dead. Awkward instance, and the first animal is jettisoned. Legs furiously pumping their stiff green gallop. Heads bob up, poise, delicate, pause, consent, in mute nostril agony, carefully refined and sealed over. I think it's working now. I don't see any pop dropouts, so let me know if it starts happening again. So we're in move. Oh, edit, move. Nope. Okay, so this isn't changing anything. I was quoting The Doors. Lions in the street and roaming, dogs in heat, rabid foaming, a beast caged in the heart of the city. The body of his mother rotting in the summer ground, he fled the town, left the chaos and disorder back there over his shoulder. Or went down south and crossed the border, left the chaos and disorder back there over his shoulder. So, we need to get... I want this... The selection box, I want it to... What does on generate widget do? No, that'll generate the contents. I don't need to do that. All right, I want my enum box, for combo box chain enum. Oh wait, enum? Hold on. It's not what I... Come on. Ugh. That feels cumbersome. Get enum from string. I wish the combo box would just spit out what number it is. That would be that'd be really useful. String comes in. I need to build, edit. This has an enum, the BG controlled mode. There we go. What am I doing? Bleh. Okay, so if build goes there, edit does edit, move does move. String comes in, send the control mode out. And we'll print just to make sure that's working. Build, edit, move. All right, cool. We are successfully doing that. I would like to give, I don't know. Did that work? There we go. Is there like a size? I don't know. To the left, how about 45, and to the right, 45. No? Reset that. Wrap with a size box. Oh, it's going to be maxed out based on... Okay, so I don't want to put this in our object panel. Just put it below the outside of our scroll box. There we go. Put it at the bottom. And stretch, do that. Jeez. Can't center the text in there? Okay, whatever. It's at least easier to grab. Okay, so theoretically, if we're on build mode, no. I'm on move mode. Okay, what did I break? Ah, it's stuck. Git control. Three buttons is better. Yeah, we'll revisit. The UI is just for debug, so we'll definitely. That's during polish phase. We will make a whole interface that is much better designed. For now, I just needed. So can't. If I move to build mode, I can. Perfect. Look at that. Go back to move. Can't do anything. Can't mess it up. We're good there. Can't do anything. There is this issue. So if I... Yeah, okay. I think based on hidden versus open / closed, I've got that mixed up. So we're checking if it's hidden or open. It was open, and so now it closed it. Now it opens it again, but this, I just hit it. It's still open. Now it closed, and now it opened. So that's an issue. But now we have some control, at least over that. So stop and save that. Some cleanup. All right. So let's look at this. What's happening there? Where is the... That's 1, that's 0. I don't quite like that. Because if I shrink it down, what's it look like when we're down to here? No spline points are selected. Do we have a one? There we go. I see. Okay. So with a 1 like that by default, so what we need to do actually to fix that is probably go to our spline structure, and this needs to be like 50. How about 50? That should be within our... There we go. Much better. Cool. And we can do that. We can make triangles. Perfect. Okay, so that's fixed. We should be able to kind of like, okay, so when you're actually working with splines, just like anything in Unreal Engine, if we that's not what I wanted. Undo. Spline wall. Come up to 0. If we take this spline and we move it out here, I'll fix that. But if we grab it and we hold Alt and then pull, it'll do that, right? it'll create a new spline and start going sideways, which is what we want to be able to do when we're actually editing, or in the game. So I think we need to, if we're on build mode, I think the Alt button in game should add a spline point and then start moving. So right here, set location at spline point, it's that one. This should be, what can we do? Can we get spline point? So we can always get the, can we find the nearest spline point? Yeah. Oh. Here we go. Find input key closest to world location. So we'll use this to then grab the nearest one so that we can move it. So yeah, let's find, there we go. And his input key is the point index, right? And this should be where we click, or UE for input key versus point index. How can we find the index of a spline point? You got to build a function for this. That won't work. So what we're going to do is we'll do this in the spline structure. No, go away. Cat's coming out. We're going to make a new function. This is going to be called find spline point index. And it will return the the index. Find spline point index from nearest location. Find spline point index nearest to location. We'll pass in a we need to pass in a vector. So there's our location. This is our index returned. So we need to get our spline, get number of spline points. That we will promote to a local variable called our max index. No, come on, go away. Go, shush. The cat is getting increasingly vocal lately. Yeah. Max index. Our min index, we need another one. Min index, which will be 0. Reset it just in case. We then take our max index, subtract our min index, divide it by 2, and then check if it's greater than 0. Oh, actually we go into a while loop while it's greater than 0. We then take that and add our min index. Get our spline again. Get location at spline point. And we're going to be doing and get location at distance along spline. Actually, we want that. Find the location closest to the world location. So that's what's coming in here. This is, yeah, this has got to be world, and this is world. We're checking split. If the x value is greater, then we set the max index to, so this is that point, and that becomes our max index if that's true. Otherwise, we set our min index. Once we've completed the loop, we're doing this again, but we're doing it at max index. And we're doing it again, get location at spline point with our min index. So we're just kind of like cutting down until, and then we check if this minus the x here is greater than that x minus this x. So, and then we do a We return the index, we select based on that max index if false, min index if true. Okay. Apparently that's how you do that. I'm going to get spline index. What did I name this? Find point, spline point index. So let's do this over here. Do that. We'll pass in our location for that. Out and the index there. Oh, okay, so that didn't work totally. Oh, because it's grabbing the other one. So we don't want to do this here. We only want to do it on the first click. So let me fix that. This and delete. Come back in here. Okay, so when we start the build, where's our start build? Here it is. This is where, this is a spline structure BG. Cast to BP spline structure here. And we will set a variable of our initial click location. Their vector. We're going to set that. Actually, wait. Once. Right here. Grab structure. And this is why I want to move this stuff into C++ at some point, so there we can go back to having just the BG spline structure reference, not the blueprint that we're having to cast to. We find spline point nearest here. No, because we need to divert. We need a branch. Do that. That is index nearest index to initial click. So we need a Boolean for this, and then pass this here. And that's going to be 0 by default. So on select, we'll do a Boolean. Be clicked when pressed clicked and released. It's not. Wait. If clicked is do this, and then we set clicked to true here, and then proceed. Is that not working? Two. Why is it getting 2? That's not right. I don't know, maybe this guy's... Oh. I think we can do this way easier. Find input key. So we go back to this, pass that in. This, if we need the how do we... I want the decimal. Or wait. How do we round it? There we go. There we go. Way easier. That's funny. Somebody did way more math than they needed to. So, yeah, I guess we'll just leave that in there. Honestly, we don't even need that to be... Does that need to be a function? Probably not. Okay. That's fairly nasty. I think we can clean that up someday, but for now it's working. So I'm going to put these into a category for structure for now. So now we should be able to return to what we wanted to do, the alt. So let's pull this out some more. If alt is down, I think we can check. Actually, here we go. In input. Yeah, all right, so let's make a new one called alt select left mouse button. Or get key Yeah, that's better. Let's not make a whole new input. So if left alt is 1, we are going to want to add let's say not. Let's not this. Or we'll say 0. Right? If it's zeros for up. So if it's up, we're just dragging like that. But if it's down, we want to create a new point. And grab that point. So this, I'm going to make a new event. We'll call that custom. This is build wall length. Or modify wall length. Modify structure length. This is for drag structure calls. That's going to have to be eventually put on the server. All this stuff we're doing at the moment is we're prototyping local. This will only work local. So this is to modify structure length. No alt. Left click. Okay, so if the analog key state is down, we're going to do this again. Or actually, we're going to Where's our structure? Our grabbed structure. Going to get the spline component. Add point. We need to get I think we have to do this again. Find a location. So I think we do need all of this. Need this at least. All right. We need to get our mouse position. We need to deproject it to the world. Shrink that for now. That position we then need to again do this stuff. And then that intersection is we need to find the location closest to that. World space. We then take that, I think we add a spline point at that location. And this is going to be on just the first click, so we need that. We'll do it first. So if we haven't clicked yet, we do this stuff and add our spline point. And then we set clicked. So I think now we've duplicated this, we've made a new point, and now we go to, now we need to do this again. So and that spline point get number of spline points, that should be what we just clicked. And then we call this again. Right? Almost. Okay, so it duplicated. What did it do? take a look. Interesting. So what are you? You're 0, you're 1, and 2. So we moved 0 out, and it made 2 linearly off of that. Okay, let's watch that happen again. It didn't snap. We need to fix that again. Interesting. Why is it just snapping that out there? So it's adding the point at a strange position. It's working. So let's just fix this. When we click, this plane is shooting out from our structure. The intersection of where we click, find the location closest, add a spline point. Oh, we're mixing up world and world. Let's try that again. Okay. Maybe this needs to be 1 by default so we don't accidentally drag 0. Three. What happened there? So that's 0. We did it again. It dragged 0. Oh, because we are closest. So 0 and 1 are right on top of each other. This should be -1, right? Maybe? I don't know. There we go. Haha! We just, oh, it's making a curve because we need to set that to be linear. Okay. So when we add a spline point, it needs to be add point, make a spline point, linear, set spline point type. That's what we want. The index is what we just made. Linear update spline. Try it again, so we know it's a little janky if you. So that's that first one. There's 2. There's 3. And 4. Cool. Man, that's coming along. So we just have an issue. If we look, actually, let's move this guy and take a look away from here. What do we got? What's going on here? So it's that corner. So I think when we design the structure models, we just have to think about this tool. Interesting. Why is that occurring? Why is it grabbing 0? Huh. Oh. It worked there. Interesting. That 1 1 0. So it's that first one. What's going on here? Put that back to 0. Huh. Our truncate, I think something's incorrect there. Now it's working. Oh, no. That's 0.1, that's 0.0. And it's grabbing 1. So why is it grabbing 1? -1? I don't know. Maybe it's off by one. I don't. There we go. Oh. That's 0. Let's get rid of that. Nope, -1. Okay, so we don't want to do that. That's very... What? That's 0. And that's input key 1. All right, it got 0. It did it again. It got 0 again. What's going on here? When are we passing in this location? What's going on? We deproject screen to world. We shoot out. Line plane intersection from world. Yep. Okay. Same thing here. World. So maybe we need to send in that. There we go. Fixed. Perfect. Ah. That's cool. Excellent. And our corners are fixed too. Look at that. Canevist, welcome. How you doing? Isn't this cool? We got it working. Click, drag, boom, left. We can alt click, except for that first one. So we need to fix the first placement. So you have to drop and do at least one placement before you can do this. And that's pretty cool. We can just keep, as long as left click is down, we keep drawing. So get rid of these prints because we know this is working now. Add instance mesh. All of this is on here. Call the add in. All right. Cool. I'm out of coffee. I need water. What should we do next? How should we improve this? What do you think? This should probably be in... Let's make its own custom event called add new walls, add new structure section. Add new spline point. Yeah, the spline stuff is pretty cool. I'm starting to get the hang of it and understanding how it works. You don't want to just keep, you don't need a point in order to add a mesh. You can add meshes along an entire length of the spline. Add new spline point. So all of this goes onto here. Add new spline point to structure spline. Adds a new length of structure. With materials with the procedural gen, probably need to switch it over to a dynamic material. Otherwise, you won't be able to modify parameters on the material during runtime. Adds a new length of structure to a spline. Alt is held down. Okay. So there's our structure stuff. There's token movement and board movement. Woo! Yes. I think what we're going to ultimately do is we're not going to have different, we're going to have the U and Vs for materials set up ahead of time. These models will be built and textured ahead of time in Blender when we get to that point. So this is start grab. This is our start build. We're going to call this start move because that's the name of the enum. Let's add a context menu now. So we need a structure context menu. Bounding box in the material. Yeah, I think bounding box has to do with an actual physical shape, like the size taking up in the 3D world. I don't think a mesh has a bounding, or a material has a bounding box. No, we're not going to do any voice stuff. Let's stick to click and drag. That's already enough of a challenge. Okay, so let's make a new context menu for our structure. We need to kill that. Add a background blur. And then a border. Black with 0.5. And And then our, I don't think we need the widget switcher yet, so we'll just go with the vertical box. This is our structure context, main structure, called structure context menu. And this is where we put in our size boxes, which are 250 by 100. And our button. So this is going to be our, let's see. Delete. Or, yeah, remove button. So we can, how about we remove a section of a wall? And then we'll have a delete button, and this just gets rid of the whole wall. And actually, we should just have like a reset, maybe? Whoops. That's not what I wanted. Reset text is the reset. Target platform is PC at the moment with a Steam release. But there's no reason it can't go on a Mac also. I just don't have a Mac on me to build this on. But Steam, I have a course that I'm working through on how to implement the Steam Works SDK for multiplayer, which eventually we'll start putting that into here. So this is the remove text, and this is the delete text. Okay. So, like this token context menu, we will need a reference to our structure. This is in our widgets category. I don't intend to have, so Discord. Most people who are doing D&D or any of these things, nobody uses in-game chat stuff. It's going to be Discord based. Because I don't have, this is going to be, I don't think, there's no game here. This is a software tool. So people are going to need to organize their game out externally. And this is a software tool for D&D sessions or other tabletop. So structure reference is going to be BG spline structure, which needs to be exposed on spawn and editable. Put that under references. There are very cool map generators on the browser, but I don't think we're going to go for fully randomly generated maps. That's beyond the scope of this project. So when we right click, where's our right click? That's not in here. That's here. Context menu. All right. It will be in our main HUD. Yeah, I don't do web development. I like software development personally. But I need to organize this stuff, so that's in widgets. We'll put this into a thumb. These are our token thumbnails. This is under structure thumbnails. This is our just singular wall, so we'll put that in token thumbnails also. This is under references. This is under widgets. This is under widgets. 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 Okay. And our player name, I kept forgetting I want an outline on that as well. Okay. Context on context menu. Here we go. If this cast then fails, we move on to trying to create our structure, not thumbnail, structure context menu. Cast to a BG structure. Whoops. Cast to BG spline structure. And that comes out. Create widget. Structure context menu. There we go. And return that. Okay, so that should create the structure. There we go. Perfect. All right, now let's make the buttons do things. I'm gonna get something to drink and take a short break because I need to eat lunch, and then we'll dive further into our structure menu, context menu, and make it do things. So I'll be right back. 10 minutes or so. get back to that context menu. We need to remember we haven't put this stuff into network yet. Context menu we do need to have also networked. So actually, before we do the context menu, I think we need to move this stuff into networking, because that's going to be important. Okay. All of this can be done client side. This call and this need to be called server. I got Hitman 3 on my Xbox, but I haven't had time much to dive into it, but I've really liked that so far. And I think at the moment I'm just waiting for the Mass Effect trilogy to drop, but otherwise I haven't been playing. Oh, and I'm waiting for more patches on Cyberpunk. So I liked what I played with Cyberpunk. I just want the patches to in a bit, so that's where I'm at. Okay. I'm going to leave this here, and I'm going to make a... So this is modify structure length. We need to go to our network graph. We're spawning a structure already. The black and white one that has been on my lap a lot is Cookie. She is one of the two daughters. We have a mother and two daughters. Spawn structure on tile. This will be the modify structure length server call. And we will need, we're going to need to receive the index, a location, and the structure. So the structure, which will be a BG spline structure object reference, the spline index, which will be an integer, and the location. We will then this paste over here. This modifies a structure's spline length. Cookie literally sleeps and eats. She is just a cotton ball. And I'm pretty sure she's the dumb one out of all three as well. So her diary might be something along the lines of food was good, and then she goes back to sleep. Pretty much. She is a spoiled princess. She doesn't, well, she used to not like going outside. They're indoor, outdoor, but she's been going out more so lately. So here we need to now call our modify. We need to call the server one. They're spayed. There's no dating. They're not allowed to date. This also is on client. So these are client calls. So here, these have to run on the server side. Unless as an authority. Wait, we're doing this here. That all has to happen. Actually, wait, this isn't a client. This is just happens here on both client or server. And it's right here that we check. For authority, we go straight to modify structure length on server. Remote, we come down here. Though I don't, if I remember correctly, this mouse position on viewport can't run on the server. So this has to only be on client side, actually. Because there's no mouse position for the server. So the client side does all of this. We don't need this anymore. We know we're remote, and then we have to do it on a server, on the server side. So, okay, so that's runs on client. Same thing here. This has to run on client side only because mouse position can't be a server thing. And then we need to do this server side. So back to our network graph, we need a new custom event called, what is it? Copy that. Paste. This is server. And this receives. We're going to need the structure, the position, and the index again. Okay. So identical. Structure is our BG spline structure object reference. The spline index, wait, that's coming from, yeah, we don't need that. So we just need location. Let's rename these. This is click location. This is click location. Or this is mouse location. Or location to move. New location. No, you have to have game master permissions. So we have we haven't done this over over the LAN. I'll do that in a second and test this stuff over the LAN once I move this over to network, and I can show how the differentiation between player and game master works. Game master has more permissions than player. A player can be given permissions, such as the moving of their token. So we need to get this. And so this and this here. Position comes in, world space and linear. So that should be that, and call that's call this. We may not need to do this locally because it should replicate. So we need to, so we'll bypass those, move our structure position into there. Compile that. We need to make sure that this component replicates. Spline structure replicates. Replicate movement. Let's see if this still works. Looks good to me. There's just the issue of that initial one, but oh. Interesting. Well, that's working. I don't know. So we're able to, that's kind of cool. We're able to move our spline points. Okay, so that's still working there. Let's do a quick test. Oh, wait, first we need to, in our player state switch off our game master by default. Package, and let's test this. So I'll put this into builds here. Like building or packaging this is going to take a second. I was thinking we could toss in pretty quickly outlining. So if we hover a mouse over any object that we can modify or do something to, an outline appears. I did an outline, a selection outline in a previous game, so I think I can quickly grab that and copy it over. Hello, new viewers, up to 6. You joined at a rather low energy moment on the stream. We need to build this in order to test the networking. It's an outline that it's a. I don't actually know. I grabbed the material from online, but it does it through a post-processing shader that just kind of does an outline. I'm not sure if it's pixel offset or Fresnel. Man, it seems like perhaps this is a large process too, since it's the first time I've packaged on the source code build of Unreal. The internet said to switch to the source code build of Unreal for, especially since I do C++, but so far it seems to be a lot less efficient. So hopefully this is a one-time thing where it realizes, oh, I've already packaged and built all this stuff and it's cooked. So then it just has to do the new stuff that we've modified and changed the next time. Yeah, it shouldn't be. Earlier, before you joined the stream, Knövust, the writer, even though I hit build, it did a full rebuild. It seemed to do a clean and rebuild of the entire thing, which then it failed after like 40 minutes. So that's sucked. But this is the first time I've been working on the source code Unreal Editor rather than the binary from the launcher. I'm going to need a fancy new 5800X or something to run this computer at some point, get some faster processing time. Hopefully this doesn't fail. Almost there, come on. Yeah, luckily we don't have too many shaders, so it should be fine. 525. Hopefully this isn't the same thing that occurred earlier when I was trying to build or compile the C++. And it's not just about to build the whole dang engine again. This should just be packaging the singular game. This was super fast with the binary one, so we'll see if this source code built engine is what I want to stick to for streaming, or if I need to go back to the binary. I got a fancy new NVMe, and so I was trying to just streamline what I had on it. And perhaps it is not streamlined. Oh, 100 more. Let's see where it goes. Well, hello there. Hi. There you go. Kitty's here. Oh, yeah? What do you think? Come on, engine. The little engine that could. Yeah. $763. Meow. 10 more. Come on. Here we go. Cook build started. We're sweet. Yes. Go ahead and allow on my private networks. There's the compiling shaders. That shouldn't take too long, though. Oof. You're getting fussy. She sheds like crazy. Yeah, we have rose bushes. Everything is covered in snow at the moment though. And they're trimmed. And she doesn't like to go outside, so we brush her and she just continues to shed. She is a perpetual source of fluff. Oh. Hey, cat, stop it. I need to go. One of the injured cats got the cone of shame off her neck, so I need to go fix that while this compiles. I'll be right back. Okay. We've got a cat that is having some dental issues, and she has figured out the cone of shame is either too tight or just slightly too loose, and there's no in between. So we can't do it too tight, obviously, and she's able to slip the cone sometimes on the other setting. So Why did it jumped up, the shaders went back up again. I'm not even using these textures. Oh. Today has had quite a bit of interesting compilation hiccups. But at least we accomplished a pretty major milestone. Hey, and it worked. We're good. Builds, BattleGrids, copy and paste. There's one. And here's two. All right, so we're gonna land these up and see how our tools are working. Okay. And we'll make Dax the game master. Hit start. There we go. So Dax is able to move boards. Cisco cannot. Dax can spawn tokens in. Cisco, as you can see, because nope, we don't have permission, but we can give Cisco permission. So now Cisco can move the cube because he's been given it. Let's try our wall. Ooh. It looks like, oh, so that didn't work over the network. Interesting. Okay, so the adding isn't working, but the initial, that's working. So we need to solve that. But everything else is working quite nicely over the network. Okay. Cool. Let's take a look at our call here and find out why this. So we're client. Maybe this so we're inside of a client call here. Let's replicate that because we're sending it in here and we're modifying it. I'm a major Star Trek nerd, and I just started referring to my test clients as Cisco and DAX because they popped into my mind when I first started the stream. Okay. I'm pretty sure if we do this again, because it's already... Yeah, okay. So we don't... That full rebuild is not checked, so this should go a lot faster. Just like before, we should be able to test this pretty quickly. Yep. Cool. All right, let's launch again. We might want to put in some prints actually, if this doesn't work. Let's try both. So we're both game masters now. So Cisco should be able to, yep, he's doing that. That didn't get, so it's not on the, that didn't get sent over to the client, if you'll notice. That did get sent back to the server, so that's good. But that didn't get called. So that's not on the getting to the server. Interesting. Okay. So host server to client is not that's not working. This is working client to server. Ah, right. Because why? We need a multicast because this needs to be sent back out to all clients, right? Yes. Okay. Or, wait, actually, I know what the problem is. We're doing stuff directly on here when we actually need to be getting the... We're not actually doing it on the server, so we need to open up our game mode. And we need to create a custom event called modify structure length. And we need a custom event of add spline point to structure spline. Right? Add new spline point. There we go. So this here actually needs to be done here. We need to do this and this. Here's where we'll call modify structure length on the server. We need a structure reference. We need the point index and the location. This is the that, okay. And then pass those. And this also is going to call these things. This stuff is here, and we need our structure, and we need the location, the click location. Okay, this asks the server to modify the structure length. And this asks the server to add a new point to the spline. Okay. Let's test that now. Package it up. Succeeded. Testing time. I was doing time in the universal mind. I was feeling all right. I was turning keys. I was setting people free. I was feeling all right. Then you came along with a suitcase and a song. Turned my head around. All right. Damn. Okay, so while the client one is working and modifying, and we've broken the, oh, failed to cast. I'm seeing a fail there. What was failed to cast and modify structure length? Okay. Where's that failure? Oh, this needs to run on server, reliable. Okay. Let's try that again. All right. That's still broken. Oh, interesting. It did it on the server, but they don't exist on the client because the instanced static mesh is not set to replicate. However, that's not getting sent, so the server side is still messing up. Okay. Let's look at that. So this is never getting called. This should just not replicate. This needs to just run. Stop. Or wait. Let me take a look at how we're spawning. Let's do these not replicated. And then in the spline structure, this component replicates. All right, let's see what all of that did. Worked. Damn. So none of that is getting sent over to the client. So maybe let's try multicasting. So this gets called. So it's spawning it. Okay, let's see. This is not replicated. So if we test this as a client, hold on, I need to set the default back so I have game master privileges. So the alt is not working. Okay, let's stop. So let's make clicked replicated. Try that again. Cat hair in my face. Okay, no. Alt is still not working. So this just want to see if it's getting, maybe that needs to be replicated. It's probably getting a null. It's not even calling it. Okay. So we're not even getting here. Recall is called. Okay. So we're getting here. But this is not getting called. If owning client. So no, we're not even making it to that. All right. So we're not calling, so neither of these are getting called. Actually, I don't know if we have a way to. All right, we're going to do 2, play as standalone and standalone games. They should be, or no, I don't think they're going to be connected. They're going to be 2 separate games, aren't they? Yeah, That's not what I want. I want try that. Listen server and client. I think that will. There we go. Okay, so servers seeing, those are getting called over here. This is, who are you? I don't know. That's working and that's working. What's happening over here? Interesting. Okay. So we found a way to test it without having to build it each time. Potentially multicast. Yeah, let's try switching the, well, yeah. Okay. The alt click is still not working. And this is not going back, so... Huh. Let's just do 2 clients. So neither of them are hosting. They can spawn it. They're not communicating anything beyond that to each other, however. And the alt click is still not working for clients. So let's just flip those back to no replication at the moment and think about this. If analog isn't supported, I wonder if where's the event tick? Okay. No, they're getting... That works. So we're a client. We're calling this. We're doing all this stuff. I don't think, turn that replication off. So this is this is anybody. This is getting called with no replication. This is just kind of like when we do move token to tile. So we're doing all of this and going through here. That's what, okay, hold on. We don't have access to this necessarily. This is going to get called on, if we are here, we're checking if we're remote. And if we are, then we know we can do this kind of stuff. The problem is the lack of, well, the problem is mouse, actually. So when we're doing, so this runs client only, because you can only do this on the client to get mouse. The server knows nothing. The server player controller knows nothing about mouse position on viewport. It's going to do all of this on client side. Are we using this anywhere? No, we're not. Okay. I think we then need this to be replicated, and we need our click mouse location to be set here before we go into that switch. And then if we're remote, we do this stuff. But if we're not, we go here and we're passing in replicated. But this isn't replicated, so this needs to come from, we'll need to replicate grabbed structure. Because, well, no, we don't need to. No, because this, no. We don't need to do that, and we don't need to do that. Because we're passing data, and data can pass between upwards, right? Or wait. Yes. Or this is on client only, so. Oh, this is complicated. So this is done remote. This coming in, this shouldn't have to be replicated because it's just a reference coming in. Okay, see, here's the server back here. And it's getting data. And it's changing. So yes, that is being passed. Maybe this. Multicast. And then has authority. Okay, I have an idea. This is here. This is a multicast. If we have authority, we can go ahead and we can go to the server call. Remote. We have to do this. Again here. Right? Because this is going to execute, and if you're a client, you're not going to have access to that. Only the server would. Skip that entirely and go straight to the multicast. If server. No, hold on. Okay, so a multicast is called by the server, right? From the server to everyone else. What I don't understand is why, if our spline structure replicates and our components replicate, if the game mode is what's calling this, maybe this is what needs to be multicast, and this is what needs to be multicast. And then over here, this runs on the server. And forget this stuff. We just run this server side. We run this from the server, multicasting this. Same thing here. This runs on the server and executes a multicast change. Yeah, a multicast call can only be done from the server because it's going out to all the clients. So on this side, we're doing this remotely just for it probably for the janky, to avoid jankiness, but okay, let's see if this is along the lines of what we want. No. Man, that's frustrating. It's not, the alt is still not even working either. Server is being called. From both our clients. We got an add spline call right there, so that did work. One time. Nope. Okay, it's getting it. So the add spline's working. Okay, let's turn that off here. Because this is just a thing on the server that has authority to make these changes. Player controller instead. This is a client execution. Modify structure length. That I don't know, but maybe we have to do it on the player controller. Yeah. It can't do that because on the client side you can't, this is calling on client, you can't get the game mode here. So that's not right. Wait. Man. So the only thing I can think to explain this is I'm thinking let's see. So if we were, one is the listen server, let's see. Was server to client working, but client to server wasn't working? What was happening? I can't remember. Okay, so server to client is working. Funny enough, on server side, that alt click didn't work, but it worked on client side. So server to client alt click, only client sees it. Now why is that? Perhaps because this is not replicated. So let's try that. Replicated and see you, Canervost. I'll be back Tuesday, so have a good weekend. Wait, there we go. Okay, client to server still not working. Movement from server to client works. It's still only on client side as well. Server's not getting it. So let me try separating that. This server. Interesting. Okay, so that broke this. This worked. All right, so I'm going to get rid of that, that. I'm going to go back to doing this, passing the structure and the location. Now, why? Okay, so we fixed server to client. That's working, and we can. However, client to server is not working. think this is doing anything. Right. Okay. So that multicast doesn't do anything. We don't need that. So I think this is the server and this is client. Interesting. This, yeah, because I don't think this would be printing out. Let me add a print game to the Game Master HUD. Server client text. This will help. There we go. Okay, server's not going out to clients. However, client is now properly calling server. Okay. So that's good. That's good. Client's making this call. So the server is it right here? Is this the problem? Maybe it just needs to skip that. Just do. Okay, client doing its thing. Okay, server's not going out. So I don't think that was doing anything. I don't think that needs to be replicated. What if that's not replicated? What if that's not replicated? What if multicast? Because the client is going to the server just fine with server calls, but the server is having a hard time. So what if when this has to actually be, it's the outwards that's having the issue? I don't know. Okay. Client's good. Damn. Oh, wait a second. We don't even get there unless we have... Okay. Maybe that needs to be replicated. In our control mode. Which now we need our replicated props. I don't know. Come on, stop. All right, while that loads, I'm going to get another drink. Okay. Client to server. Server to client not working. Right, let's see. So the important thing here is these things are being called from it is calling a server thing. So we skip doing it locally. Skip doing it locally. What happens? Cool. Okay. So we know that's required for it. Server-side stuff is not replicating out to the client at all. This object is not replicating its state to any client, which is where we may need to... Let's check the spline wall real fast. The component replicates. And that component replicates. Replicate movement was on. Okay. Still only doing it server. The spawn works, but the object itself, none of that is being affected going from server to client. Only client to server. Still. So we do need to go local first. Then call it on the server. Maybe I really don't understand what this whole multicast thing is for. If multicast isn't going from the server out to all the players, then what is the point of a multicast? Okay, so that's not even happening client side anymore, so we broke that. So let's put this back to client only. Client only. Go away. Damn. Oh, it's because we forgot to do that and that. Whoops. Okay, we're back to the client being able to use the spline tool and go into the server, but the server is not doing that. So yeah, I guess those properties are not replicated. So in this actor itself, That's the construction script to create the static mesh. Now this, maybe make the custom event, custom event called add instanced mesh to spline. Add instanced mesh to spline for now. And this multicast out to the network from the actor itself. So rather than calling this on here, maybe it needs to call this on the object on every client's thing. So we'll grab this, basically all the convert to an event. There we go. Yikes. For that, you are a multicast event now. This is going to be this. What in God's name happened? Aha. Wonder if that is happening. I don't know. Nope, things seem broken still. Because it is. Add instance mesh to spline multiclassed. Okay, we're working again. Client to server. Damn it. That is frustrating. Maybe the, okay. We're going to put, now we're going to do this, the adding of a thing as its own networked event as well. So add point to spline multicast. So basically I need this. And I need the index and the location. Spline component. It's in world space and update it. So add point to spline multicast is going to be called from here, right? Or here at the server. That's this is set location, not add. So set location of spline point multicast. We do it locally, and then we go here. Get the game mode. Aha! Success. Okay, now we just need to move the duplication over. Okay, so that's the issue. Now we know how this works. Is the object itself is going to take care of this thing. So now we need to custom event add point to spline multicast, and this will also be on all. And I bet we can shorten some of these things. We're making this is quite quite a bit. So this and this, I think, is what we need. We need we just need to pass in a position. So here, just doing that again. And that goes away. Spline multicast. Okay, it added the point, but it didn't move it. Okay. So let's clean this up in the time that we have left. We call modify structure length. We do all of this. I think we skip, whoop. We're going to skip the local stuff again and go straight to the server call. So let's just move this out of the way for a moment. Go to the server call. Server call, I feel like maybe we don't need to go to the game mode. So let's move this out of the way. I think we just get the structure, cast to spline structure, and we call modify or set location of spline point. Same thing here. I think we can skip the game mode. And add point to spline multicast straight from here. What is happening? Weird. All right. Rotation of spawn is getting kind of off for some reason. So that, okay, so that's not working and that's not working. So we do need to go through the game mode, I guess. Wonder why. Okay, well, that experiment doesn't work, so let's bring that back. Structure, spline, location. That and that. Okay. Or maybe we have to do it locally before, because we took out the local calls too, remember? So there's server. That's not working on server, but that is. Okay. So what's happening here, we do a if we replicate that, the clicked, interesting. And then what if this is also replicated? So why? It's creating one more. Somewhere we're getting a call that isn't making it back to the server. Ah, right here. We're doing a local, so we're doing an extra one. So let's skip that. I think we managed to sneak in all the solutions that we needed before the end of the day here. The end of the week. Though I don't know why our server orb is getting all wonky. We'll have to figure out why he's pointing down when he spawns. So, I think this is working. It looks like everything's synced up. Cool. So we now have our spline tool is working across the network. What a day. We have a working clicking and dragging spline tool so that we can quickly construct our dungeon walls. And that is all done over network now. So if we save everything, I'm going to exit the debugger, save it all. I'm going to pull up the debugger one more time and just do like a clean through, removing any extraneous code that we don't need. So let's go back into the player controller. So we know we don't need this here. Oh, wait. Yeah, because we're not even calling that. Interesting, interesting. Nearest index to initial click, I think is... Hold on. We do need that there. So we're using that. And then we go to modify structure length. That's all being handled by the actual wall itself. Let's clean this out. So I'll just stretch it and grow it a little. Make it a little neater. Okay. All right. Boom. I think now what I would recommend maybe that I'm going to do next week, I think, is figure out how to start moving some of this important, some of this stuff back into C++, like any of that. So we have these 3 multicast events that our spline structure needs to do. And we're doing some math here in Blueprints, and mathy stuff is usually good to get into C++. Also, this is important base functions that are going to be used time and time again on our spline structures as we make more. So we really need to have all of this ready to go at the top level parent in the C++. So that way we can have loop counts be local to this. Yeah, I think that's going to be a goal for next week. Go away, tutorial. And we can start. We are starting to get some pretty hefty. So there's our drop. This opens the gate for grabbing. There's our initial select. This is start move. Whoop. And this is our start build Y. Come along. There we go. So that leads down to here, which leads this way to this thing. Here's the central event. I'm going to give that a nice green. This is the finish to drop. And here's the walls. And here's for tokens and stuff. So, and that's unused. So this is getting pretty, this is for our selection logic. We might be able to start moving this into C++ also, into the player controller. That's just a macro. Our network graph. We've got quite a bit of networking in here. That's a function just to find game master permissions real fast. This is context menu. So and our board event graph. So this is for boards. Keyboard, there's our pause menu. So we can bring up the pause. Okay. So that's that. Let's go ahead and stop. Currently not being used. Blueprint version is working to fix this, so to match blueprint functionality. And move other functions. Move other structure. Okay. So commit, and we'll dive into some more hardcore C++ on Tuesday. When we return, will be 9:30 a.m. as always, Tuesday through Friday. So this was a pretty awesome week of some progress on this software, and thank you everybody who joined me for week 3, I think, of Deep End Dev. I'll be back next week. Bye.